All right, chat. We are back. Happy Thursday. Today I actually know what day it is. And these are some beavers. So yesterday, unfortunately, stream got cut really short. Oh, forgot my water bottle, guys. It's all right. I'll get it at some point. Yeah, stream got cut short. But I'm hoping today that the power is going to stay on so we don't get cut short like last time. But we're doing something a little different. My brother commissioned me to do another album cover for a single he's releasing soon. So we're gonna work on that first after we do some warm-ups. And then we're gonna work on those two silly ducks we drew yesterday, the Groundhog Day one and the Valentine's Day one. And then lastly, I'm gonna do a paint study at the very end if we can fit it in, which would be good. So yesterday, the file that we were using was getting like massive for our like warm-up sketches. So I created a new one, and I just like, before I deleted this last layer to clean up this file, because I just duplicated the other one, I wanted to show you guys these little beavers I drew because I do love beavers. I also left this file in. This is the paint study we were doing, but I honestly, we could get into more details with this one. I don't think I'm going to. I think we pulled like a lot out of it. We got like what was important in there. I'm not 100% happy with the lighting, but I want to make sure that when I'm doing these studies, I'm not getting really precious with them. Like granted, like we never even tackled the foreground, but I'm just gonna call it on this one because I just want to keep doing quick studies that aren't something I feel like I need to perfect and just kind of get my brain thinking in painter mode. So we had been doing, yesterday we did character studies at Dumbo. All right, bye-bye beavers, which were really fun. But I keep thinking, like, if I'm gonna keep drawing these silly ducks, it would be nice to have a proper character sheet for them. So I thought as our warm-up, we may work on that. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But what I want to create is what I'm gonna do is collect like my favorite silly ducks I've drawn and then kind of pull from them the proportions I seem to like lean towards using to kind of build our standard for how they should look. So let me just create this new file. Doop-a-doo-doo, silly duck character. You know, at some point I'm gonna have to trademark silly ducks because they're gonna get super famous for sure. Okay, and we're gonna need I should probably just save that in with this here. Do you guys have any favorites from the silly ducks? If so, let me know and we can pull some of those pictures. Here we go. I'm gonna name this Silly Ducks. Oh guys, I already have a peer rep file. Hold up. I forgot. I made one before. Let's just put it in there. Just keep it all together. All right, let me pull it up. I was ahead of myself. Do. Where'd you go? Here it is. All right, we've got, this is just where I was keeping reference images because I was pulling, you guys can see here, like reference images for the silly ducks we were working on. But we're just gonna build a new section over here. That can be our, let me move these reference images, our character sheet. So let me go, let me make sure I got this on loop. Cool, we got our music on loop. Favorite ducks, I think, it's probably back in December. The one I did where, let's move my camera a little bit for you guys. I did the one where they're like sitting on the pancakes. I feel like I was really happy with them. With like the proportions in that. Actually, was that November? Shoot, I think it was. Man, I've drawn a lot of ducks in just a couple months. Pancake duck, where are you? Oh, there's the pumpkin one. That was kind of cute. Do I even have a exported photo of it? Edugenu. Oh, here it is, guys. Here it is. Let me grab this. I'll put them in here for you guys as well as pure ref, just so we can keep, you guys can see what's going on. I could probably, I don't really want to like clutter up my stream screen, but I could actually add a window that would have my pure ref show, like my reference thing. Okay, I also really liked, I did this duck where she's holding like coffee. It's like a coffee shop girl I did. I even gave her like a little labubu on her bag because those were very trendy when I did this. I could be wrong, but I feel like the labubu hype has died down a lot. This duck, this one's kind of cute. I like the proportions on this one. These are like 3 winners. Let's go to our recent ones though. I like how Edward turned out. Also like Jimin. Actually, I feel like I did do... RM's one turned out pretty good too. The running duck. I don't have a picture of that one yet. So in my video, I don't have the background for this duck, but I just want to show you guys. I went to town on it. I really shouldn't have gone so crazy, but I did. Sometimes you can't help yourself. Okay, let's check January. I've been working on like all of February stuff, so I'm like living a month ahead. It's not good for me. Yeah, because I low-key started stream yesterday and I'm like, happy Friday, everyone. I'm like, it's not Friday, Emma. I'm like, someone send help. Okay, y'all. We have to put Jar Jar in here because I don't hate the proportions on this one. I did his legs a lot longer than I usually do for the ducks, but it just felt better for the character, so that might be something I want to do, is like make mine with longer legs. Also, we're gonna reference out Alphonse. Edward. All right, we got those up here. I'm thinking they're gonna be 3 heads tall. Just by looking at it now, that's my guess, guys. We're gonna end up with like a 3-head proportion, which kind of sounds about right. Make sure these layers are locked so I don't accidentally grab them. I'm thinking that's what's gonna end up being. Do. This one's smaller. That one did turn out actually really cute. At first I didn't love the one where they're like reading the book, but no, I haven't looked at it for a while. I actually like it better. I think it wasn't, the coloring and the lighting wasn't 100% how I planned it in my head. Even though I'm happy with it now, happy enough. You know how it is when you plan something in your head and it doesn't come out just right how you wanted it. You kind of feel like you hate it. But if you let that piece sit, let it cook, you come back, you forget what your expectations were, and then it's usually fine. All right, so let's just work in, I don't know what color. Kind of feeling blue today. I was feeling blue yesterday too. Let's draw over these. So I definitely like her. Actually, let's do this in red because it needs to be bright. We'll draw it later in blue. So we have pretty much a circle there. So if we measure, granted she's got a bit of hair. This is about 2 heads. Yeah, we're looking at around 3 on this one. It doesn't really end at the ankles. There's one thing I've noticed with character design sheets is it seems like they have the last head kind of end at the ankle / bottom of the foot. Because like if they're up on their tippy toes or if they're in heels, it's going to change the proportion, but not, it'll visually change the length, but it's not really actually physically changing. Like your ankles are still gonna hit at a certain spot, but the bottom of the foot's gonna come different. So maybe in our design, we would have the ankles about here, and we have the body end in the lower, like 4th or 3rd section of that one, of this head. But we can play with it, you know. But it is looking like it's probably gonna be a 3. Let's see what we probably did here. 1, 2. Granted, they're sitting here. 3 would come about here. So I did the feet really big on this one. It's interesting how I don't actually have a character sheet for how I draw these ducks, but they're all really similar. And I think it's just because you find yourself like you just sort of build what you're comfortable with. And then this one's actually, they're slouched a little bit. We're getting like, actually it's probably more up here. Yeah, it's probably getting 3. So I think we did enough marking out. Let's get going on this. Mark lines. So let's get ahead going. Actually, let's draw this. I usually draw like brush size 40 pixels. So let's do our designs in 40 pixels. Let's draw. This does not have to be perfect. This is our very first circle, so it can be as big or small as we want it to be, because this is going to determine the height. So we say, all right, that's our usual roundness. Oh, that's a little bit better. Let's smooth this circle out. All right, so Control J. I only recently learned about you can use Control J to copy a layer that you're on and make it into another. It's like, well, I did not know about this sooner. I need to look up more hotkeys. There's probably a lot more I'm missing out on. Okay, cool. So we got our heads in there. I'm gonna merge these. Let's lower the opacity. And then I'm gonna draw. Looks a little like a snowman, doesn't it? I'm gonna draw the top. And so the goal here is to have a full like turnaround, which means I'm gonna have to address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that I have not actually, I don't have a proper way in which I draw, oops, the back of the duck or their tail, which is not very smart. Because I feel like I don't want to be limited by, like, I usually draw a front on, but I want to get a little more like diverse with my characters. So I want to be able to draw them at any angle, you know? All right, so these are horizontal lines, and I'm just going to use green. I learned this when I was doing when I was learning how to draw buildings in perspective. If you're ever trying to find the center of something, turn it into like a box or a rectangle. And then we're gonna grab a brush. It's probably a faster way to do this, but this is for someone who does not like math and doesn't want it to measure. If you go from one corner, you hold shift to the other one, and cross there. And exactly where they meet, the crosses meet, is the exact center of that box. So in this case, oh, I drew that on this line. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. Let's redo that because I drew it on the wrong layer. And I did not want to erase that out. Yeah, this is super handy trick. You guys probably already know it, but in case you didn't, here's a little drawing tip. All right, so this is our, I'm gonna make this line smaller. Our detail lines. You know what? Why do I keep working zoomed in? I make it a little smaller than that, actually. I don't like these two. And should we cut? Let's do this one too. Let me name this so I don't get it mixed up. 1/2 lines. I just like having these split, you know what I mean? So we can do that here again. Create the X, there we go. Corner to corner. We'll go back to our pink. A little off there. Half line. There we go. Alright, we can get rid of green. Alright, so we got our half. Let's write that. And then these are those lines. Alright, I'm going to delete this green layer. Let's put these in a file. Folder. And I'm just gonna name it line guides. And we're gonna lower the opacity on it more. I don't like being too distracted. Well, since we're working in blue, I guess let's go to like a burgundy. Do 40. All right, here's where it's gonna get hard, guys. I don't usually like using the symmetry tool, but your girl's gonna do it because the symmetry on this one is important. All right, so let's start with the head. So typically, what I've noticed I do is I draw a circle when I want to draw a duck. And then the cheeks, the top of the cheeks, start at the halfway line. And then they come in and they meet here at the bottom. And like how full the cheeks aren't too important to me. They just need to like come and meet back up at the center. And then we get a little bit like it comes into a point at the bottom of the chin. And then I usually overlap a little here. Let's grab a eraser that's a little softer because I might want to leave some of these lines underneath, but just soften them. All right, so that's usually how I do the head. Although I feel like I went a little wider than I normally do. There we go. And then the top of the bill meets like here. And it's usually straight on. It's going to look like a circle pretty much. It can be a little flatter, a little wider, but it's about like that. And usually when it's straight on, you don't see too much of the bottom. I still feel like kind of messed up. Because I don't usually have it this wide. That feels better. Alright, let's get our... We gotta replace our center line. Probably about there. We can test it by doing that. Okay. So we're good. And then the eyes. The eyes usually start on that line as well. And then the height is really just determined by... Again, I think the head's still too wide. This looks a little bit more how I draw Reggie, actually. Maybe I don't use like a full... like a half circle. A bit more like that. And then the eyes. They're about like this. Surprised on this top of the head. Alright, I messed up the circle in the beginning. But it's alright. I'm still learning character design, guys. Have mercy on me. I'm still learning. Still definitely a beginner. Although this is not the proper way to do, I'm sure. I mean, I may be doing some steps that seem like the proper way, but I haven't officially learned how to draw like how animators do it and whatnot. So if you're watching, you're like, oh, this is how it's done. Don't take notes from me. Just know that I'm just going at it the best I can. These are just for me to look at anyway. Okay, so we got the head. And then I usually draw the eyes. Kind of like looking in. Just cute. As far as the neck and the body goes, I feel like the neck probably comes about halfway. I don't know if I want to make this thinner. It's about halfway between the halfway, if that makes any sense. Get a new layer. Probably about, let's look at about half. And then width of the body, I really just do like a balloon shape. I took it a little longer here. And I was talking about making it come into the like lower half here. Because I didn't want it to be too long, but that's maybe not quite that low. What if we did something more like this? And I usually have it flatten out a fair amount there at the bottom. I'm trying to straighten this out a little bit more. A bit more like a little bit more like a water balloon there. It's like you're slightly holding it. Now, I was talking about yesterday doing like little, like making little leg sections that kind of separated the body into like the leg joint before we went into the legs. But I don't know if I'm sold on that. It kind of did make it nice when we were dealing with making the characters like leg kind of come forward more, or just like weird angles, because then you could get like a... Oh wait, don't pay attention to the other side, but we were drawing like a foot like this yesterday. And I kind of like the separation from that and the body. It was kind of like, wow, this is not 100% how it was, but it was something like that. So if we do that, I think what we may have to do is raise the body. What if it started right at that half line? So it'd be something like more like that. And then should we also, I kind of like when it flattens out in here. Like should they be touching? And then have it go into the feet? I don't know, guys. This is a tough call. I think I almost like it better the way I've been doing it. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, even if I decide to like put it into some extreme angles, it's like, well, the body does change shape as you move the joints. So you probably would see a little bit of the feathers like bunch up there. Flatten that out more. I usually take the legs. Usually, they're usually pretty far apart. And then for the flippers, I've kind of noticed this with our own ducks. We may have to turn off symmetry, but I want to make sure I have the endings. Usually, one foot ends up standing half over the other if they have their little feet together. But it really depends, like if I make the feet small enough. But one thing I did really like about the pancake duck I did was how big the feet were. So I'm almost wondering if I need to be doing my duck's feet. Not feet. There's no plural of feet, guys. I swear I can speak English. Okay, here we go. And then symmetry off. We're gonna put the... Usually I put its right foot over the left. Just put one foot in front of the other. And soon you'll be walking out the door. Something like that. Okay, I think I'm happy with it. Alright, let's save this. Now, in terms of arms, this is the body layer. Let's do arm. We gotta think about arm length. So I usually have the top of the shoulders start right where the neck meets the like rest of the body once I draw it out. So it's about half of the half up the line. Let's add so it'd be like a fourth line. Fourth lines. Let's add those in, guys. Do 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 do. Bust out our colors again and our hard brush. I'm going to turn off symmetry for now. Oops. Alright, so we connect this box. This box. That means half is about here. And our fourth line we're gonna make it yellow. So it's subtle. We don't have to worry too much about it. Blocking our view. I don't know if we're gonna need to do a fourth line anywhere other than here. Well, we got this one in now, so we're gonna leave the other one. All right, back to our brush. Let's make this size symmetry back on. All right, so if we do a standard, let's pretend the arms are laying down. I feel like I would draw, so it'd be like the thumb here. Maybe I would put it lower. Usually the arms come a little bit in the front, so it's like hard to know. What if the arms are just hanging at the side? How would I draw that? I like thumb. We're probably looking at around this length. That honestly feels right. So let's measure. Let's rotate. That takes us out to about here. Okay, cool. So let's get a smaller brush out here. That would be the tip of this finger. And then we get the thumb. This finger behind it. Because our ducks only have 3 fingers. I don't usually have their arms up this high, so I'm kind of wondering if I should lower. Maybe more like, oops. May not quite out. Not a complete T-pose. I think I'm gonna draw this other hand a little different. For reasons we will see shortly. So we get a little bit of a, like an elbow happening, but usually I keep it pretty subtle. And then typically what I do is I'll have this part erased partially out as it builds into the arms over here. I wonder if I should have it more like a chicken wing type of thing. Like they have a little flabby under the arms. Because you really think about it, I'm just trying to fake like a wing, but make it a little more like humanized. So I'm making it look more like a regular arm. So we gotta remember that we can't mess with it too much. That seems good. All right, let's turn off. Actually, you know what I want to do? Because when we come back with tomorrow, our center line will be gone. So let's draw a little center line so I can line this up tomorrow. That in our line guides. There we go. That will be, I will thank myself for that. I know I will. Because I made that mistake before. And I regretted it. Alright, so for this arm, what I want to do is kind of show like what the arm looks like with the like palm open. So maybe we do them like waving. So the wrist would probably be like a little bit like that. Yo, Joe, welcome. Yo, you're up early. We're gonna be working on your album cover after this very shortly. But we're working on the character design charts for the decks. So I usually do this. Okay. That's about how it usually looks if like we're seeing the front of their hand. That way I just have an idea of how to draw the front. Tomorrow's Friday, so yeah, we're gonna have another stream. Tomorrow we're gonna do like a 3/4. I just woke up. Sheesh. Yo, we gotta get some coffee. It's too early. Let's take the head up just a little bit, guys. I think I could have drawn that better. Here we go. INB4. The power shuts off. Oh, in before, yes. Bro, I'm such a boomer. I can't even acronym these days. Oh my gosh, I was gonna have you explain that. Yeah, I'm hoping the power doesn't go off. I was telling chat that. Like, I would love to get a full stream done before the power shuts off. But we shall see. Alright guys, that's a good start. That's a good start. I would honestly pour hours into this, but we're not gonna do that. But I am just gonna mess around. The head. We did like a 3/4. It'd be something like this tomorrow. Bottom one in there. See, this is then where we're gonna have to start thinking about how do we want to tackle doing the tail? Like, where does it start? Does it start sloping from there? Do we do something like this? Or do we wanna pull out our Donald Duck references that we were studying and see how they did it? Also, we were drawing some of those geese. Like, I like the idea of doing little feathers on the end. Okay, because then an arm would start like there. Hold on, we need to... Where did I say the arm ended on this one? It was kind of about there, wasn't it? It'd be something like this. Yeah, we got some stuff to figure out tomorrow, that's for sure. Tomorrow, Emma. Stop doing it now, guys. I'm so bad at stopping myself when I get into things. I'm just so curious how this is gonna work. Okay, so wait, but this cheek couldn't be that far forward because most of it would be like here. Probably looking at something like that. Not in love with the tail. Imagine making a bowling pin duck. Honestly, that would be kind of like, if I could animate, I would do something like that. But alas. Hey, maybe next year, guys. This year, I learned like character design, get good at it, hopefully. And then next year, I learn animation. Am I crazy enough to do that? Probably. All right, let's open what I was working on yesterday. So I did already start on this yesterday, guys. So I got a fair amount of it done for Joe's album cover. That'd be a funny Easter egg in a movie. Honestly, yes. But what we gotta do... Hold on, let me pull up our chart. The fun part about doing commissions for Joe is that he doesn't mind if I do them on stream. So that's pretty cool. Bum, 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 bum. Joe is working on the release date for this. But correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, you're doing a piano version of the song. So the original, yeah, content, let's go. But yeah, it's gonna be good. This is like the lobby theme for a Roblox game that's super popular. And so one of Joe's songs from Horizons, it's either Horizons Volume 2 or 1, but there's a song called Sleepy Time. I'm pretty sure it's number 2, Horizons Volume 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe. But yeah, there's a song called Sleepy Time, and it is the song that's used for the lobby in the Grace Roblox game. And so he's doing like a piano version, and he wanted to have an album cover to go with that single on Spotify and Apple Music. And I think I don't know if there's any other music streaming platforms, but I think they'll be on there as well. But we got most of it done. He wanted this character like Dozer in it because that's part of the lore, apparently. That has to do with the music. I'm sorry, guys. I don't actually know too much about the gameplay as much. I've played it a little bit, but I haven't played too much. And then we also needed like their logo, which is like this like cross shape, but it's like made out of stones. And then instead of like him sleeping with like Z's coming out, we did music notes since it's gonna be for music. So I did this yesterday after stream died because the power went out. An hour later, the power came back on, which was great. And then, yeah, I got started on this and it's almost finished, but we're gonna put on a little like sleepy cap because they released a plushie of Dozer apparently, and it was really cute with his little hat. So the point is like, he's like sleeping here, leaning against the little cross. So we're gonna put his little nightcap on so he can get a proper night's sleep. So let's do it. I'm also trying to like replicate some of the art styles so it looks cohesive enough that people recognize it, but then also give it enough like individual touch that it's its own thing. So I was kind of just like trying to replicate a little of what they did down here. You'll see with however they made this background. I want to say they just went into like a photo editor and started cranking like contrast and stuff like that on like a textured image and then put the cross over top. I'm not 100% sure, but I tried to replicate that, but not entirely because I wanted it to look like there was like a ground that he was sitting on, and I feel like I was able to do that. So let's get going on the hat, and then we're gonna clean up anything else that looks funny. Okay, looks like I got, what layer is this? Let me name this. So what was the word I was using? Edges. Let me save that. Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna do the hat. Let's just start by outlining and then we'll work on refining. So a lot of like the edges on everything seem really like rough and pixelated on his character, so I'm kind of just going with that for the whole theme. So I've been using the dissolve layer. What do they call these? You know how you can like change the layers like dark and multiply, overlay, whatever they call those. Layer filters? I don't think it's called a filter, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Pretty much every program has it, but they have one called dissolve, and it will like kind of like pixelate any of your brush strokes that you put down. So it's actually been perfect for doing that. So that's kind of what I've been sticking to. So let's go with like, we're gonna start with like a gray blue, I think, for the hat as we edge this out. And I'm gonna grab one of my textured brushes already because I do want there to be some texture inside as well. So he's kind of leaning here. The hat's gonna come off the side, but we're gonna see the top half. We're probably gonna raise this up a little bit. I want to make sure that it looks like it's sitting on his head enough at an angle. It's pretty close to the eyes in the reference image, but we may not want, we'll see how it looks. We can always adjust the hat as we go. Let's fill this in. I did give him a slight glow. I'm gonna raise that layer a little bit, which I feel like helped like draw your eye to him a little bit more because we were kind of competing with the bright whites on the cross part behind the stonework. I'm also thinking I might want to erase some of the white under the cross part so it looks like it. What layer did I put that in, guys? Let's erase it just a really subtle amount, just because I feel like we wouldn't see as much white because it's actually sitting in the ground more. That feels better to me. Okay, let's get back up to the hat. All right, well, let's add in some variation. so we get the fluffy hat texture. We're just gonna do that, and then we're gonna worry about highlights in a bit. I'll be lurking, gotta get coffee. Yeah, Joe, maybe when you come back, it'd be kind of fun to play this. Do you have this song already on your YouTube channel that I could play it for chat? Like Sleepy Time? Or I guess I could play it through Spotify. Let's turn this a little. Hat. Top. Looks like we got, it's blue. It's giving like Merlin hat. The blue works because we already got blue coordinating. Oh yeah, just search Grace Lobby theme. It'll show up. Cool. Let's see if we can do that now. Grace Lobby theme. Let's go. All right. Oh yeah, here we go. We've got it. Let me just make sure. I shouldn't get an ad because I have ad block, but just in case, I'm gonna mute my music until I get it going. Yo, maybe we just put this song on loop. I mean, why not, right? Oh, he's got a slowed version with reverb. That could be good. All right, we're gonna do both. We're gonna play the first one, and then we're gonna play. We'll try the reverb one. Also, this is crazy. This video has 2.7 thousand likes, 174,000 views. That's crazy. I've been out of the Roblox kind of zone for a while, so I'm kind of like just coming back to it, but like Roblox is going through its glow up era, and this was one of the games that's really popular right now, or has been. All right, I put it on loop. Let me unmute this for you guys. If you guys have not, and you like music, definitely go subscribe to Joe, because he makes some really like great like Animal Crossing style like cozy music, and you'll find him on Spotify as well. But he also does like bigger like orchestral like epic stuff for like games or like movie styles. So Joe's pretty diverse in what he does. Wait, hold up. Joe says something. It's kind of insane. The comments are always crazy wholesome. Yeah, the comment section is crazy wholesome. Like these people are like really attached to the game. It kind of makes me want to play it more so I can like understand like what everyone's talking about. Let me turn this up for you guys. I have it on loop, so it'll replay the beginning because you guys probably didn't get to hear that because I had it too low. All right, let's get that reference image back up. All right, for the hat, it's kind of comes up. It's a lot like a Santa hat. Why is it that Santa's hat looks like a sleeping cap? Is that because Santa only comes out at night? It's like, what's this Santa lore, you know? And then there's no little fluff on the end. Just kind of sad because that would have been cute. But we gotta stick to what's actually there. Alright, we're gonna have to shade this, but we got the base in. It's tough though. I don't like it's more aerodynamic. The hat, am I making it too chunky? Yeah, I think I did. Alright. Hold up, guys. Oh, hold up. And more like that. But like maybe we move. May sound like that. Oh no, Santa. Santa's hat. Well, actually, you saying that did make me feel like this one needed a little flatter, so we did it anyway. Would that be aerodynamic? I don't know, because it has like the big like fluffy brim. I don't know why he doesn't just wear one of those hats that have like, you know how they have like the flaps on the side you can tie down? That would make more sense, because when you're flying in the sleigh, like your hat would blow off. So you need something that would tie to keep it on your head. I don't know, it's just my Santa theory. Like, I'm just thinking, like, how would he keep it on his head? Maybe he just uses magic. I'm starting to think Santa... Yo, don't say stuff like that, Joe. Santa is real, you crazy? Santa's a real deal. This isn't adding up. Oh no. It was at this moment we knew we'd been lied to. It's a little more shading. I'm not sure I'm 100% happy with what's... Let's look at the folds on the hat. So it kind of comes like this. And then back up like that. And then we get highlight through here. I think we're getting too realism. We gotta keep this simple, guys. We gotta imagine... Because the problem is I'm looking at a reference of a real, like, physical plushie. But we gotta imagine this is how it's gonna look in art. Okay, I'll be lurking now? Okay, sounds good. Get yourself some coffee. So we're just gonna use our imagination. Do. And you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Do we hit it with some... like this color highlights, maybe a little more towards the turquoise side? I wonder if I want to hit this with some line art. I don't know, I hesitate to do that, but I also don't, because it's really tough separating this from the background. You know what I mean, guys? Maybe do like subtle. And then we hit it with some highlights in certain areas. I mean, like... looks a little ridiculous. I do like the subtle. It's too blue. Alright, let's darken up too. Let's hit more these shades down here. Oh shoot, I gotta go darker than that. I'm like, how come I'm not seeing it? This is where you get really tripped up though, when you start doing like these darker hues and you're trying to get the correct shade. That's when you realize like your perception of what light and dark is not always 100% accurate, and it's good to double check yourself. It's very easy to make mistakes. I feel like the hat needs to tilt a different way. Not in love with the angle. Maybe more like that. Let's get some lighter. Okay, I did just remember the hat is gonna have some stars. And we're just gonna, looks like it's about the same yellow as him. Let's try and replicate what's going on here. So I'm trying to imagine the folds of the fabric. This is where it gets tough, guys. Actually, this song is a vibe to do art to. Maybe I just put this song on loop. Okay, then this points out here. In this case, guys, I am just referencing the picture. Slash, like, I am editing it a little to fit kind of what I'm seeing, but... Oh no. It's way too close. Maybe I don't... I kind of like my spacing a little bit better than theirs. And then we're gonna do another one. Maybe like here. So this would be the point, the top, and then the arms of the star, and then the feet. There we go. We can play with these a little bit. Granted, I'm not trying to like get crazy detailed on this one because I do not want to go... One, Joe is a client and I don't want to go above his budget. And two, there's no sense putting like insane details on an album cover, because when you look at this like album cover on your phone or whatever, it's gonna be pretty darn small. So there's no sense putting hours and hours into it. Unless at some point Joe wants it printed as wall art. But even so, typically if I like print an album cover, which I did, I gave him like Horizons 1 and 2 for a birthday present. I got those album covers printed as wall art for him, and I just did a 12 by 12 because that's kind of like the size of a like a vinyl. So I don't think I would do it any bigger than that. So I'm not gonna worry about it being too detailed. Okay, so Taba Star. Now, do their stars... They don't rotate. Okay. So they're not randomized in rotation. That's what I gotta keep in mind. They all kind of face the same way. This leg's too long. Okay. And then let's imagine we're seeing one there. And then let's put one here, but it's kind of like wrapping around. And we're gonna blend these in better, guys, but I just want to get the basic star shapes in. Do 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 do. Earlier this morning I got a cavity filled, so just finally now. That was at like 11:30. My numbness is finally going away in my face. But it's always such a pain. One time I had like, how many did I get filled? I think it was like 2 on like a top side and then like 1 on a bottom. And like, so they had to numb me up on like both sides. I could not, like, I was so numb. Like, you know how like you can't tell like if your mouth is open or not? So I just like kept covering my face because I couldn't tell like if my mouth was open. It's so terrible. If you guys ever had a bunch of fillings done, you know what I mean. And so I was grateful it was only 1. Because I'm like, I could not stream if I was like that numb. But we're fine. Like, it's gonna take more than 1 to get me to stop streaming. Especially since we got cut short yesterday. I really wanted to make sure I could at least do today. And then definitely tomorrow. As long as the power holds out, right, guys? All right, let's put one more here. Take this arm. How's that spacing look? I'm gonna shrink this one down a little bit. And I'm gonna move it. Okay, let's... We want this to be shaded a little with the hat. I might just go through with the eraser and darken some. I'm also gonna lighten a little bit, depending on the spot. Let's grab a brighter shade. And then a deeper. Down here. That seems good. All right, let's deal with the... good enough for now. Let's deal with the hat. Like the fluffy part. Because I feel like I want to get some lighter... I want to get some lighter shades going on that. First, to separate it from the background more. And then we might hit the lower section with a darker shade just so we can separate it off the head. Although I shouldn't go too crazy shading with this because we do... Hold up, guys. Let me put this on a separate layer just in case I decide not to do this. Because his artwork is really like flat and he doesn't have a lot of details. He's just pretty much yellow with like black line work for the smile in the eyes. So I think if I get too shade crazy, it's gonna look weird. Which is what I'm worried I may have done on the hat. Maybe, guys, this goes against the artist in me, but I think it might be in our best interest to flatten out this design a little bit. Like just plain color fill it like this. It does go against me to do it artistically speaking, but I kind of want to replicate this. It's almost like childlike drawing, like a kid just drew it, which is part of its charm. And I don't want to take that away. So maybe we flatten that, and then I think what we also need to do is do the same to this, actually. Let's simplify it. A little bit more. We got a little darker shade. So we smooth this out. And then what if we hit the rims with our more of our line art? I think I like it better. It kind of hurts to do it, but it needed to be done. Also, what would... Yeah, that's white. That's as white as it gets. It's tripping me up. I keep feeling like the cross looks like it's off-white, but it's really not. Like, that's white. So, we're actually doing fine. Let's start thinking about placement. Because yesterday I was thinking that we might need to... Let's save it. Let's rotate. We're going to mirror the whole image. This will help show me what's off. And then we're going to rework on placement. Because I'm not in love with the overall framing just yet. It's close. It's close, but it's not 100% where I want it to be. One thing I always think about when I work on the album covers is how's it gonna look from a distance, And then the importance that it needs to be made in like a square shape, because that's how it's gonna be displayed. Believe it or not, your girl was stupid enough when she first started doing album covers that she made it like landscape, like a landscape proportion. And when I had to crop the final one, it's like the composition was not as pleasing. And so when I did Horizons Volume 2, the composition was all planned around a square shape. I'm not sure why I did it the other way before. I think it's because I was thinking about it needed to be like also a YouTube banner as well as like a YouTube video. But it's easy enough to like build off the edges. But like when it comes to album covers, the first thing, even if you're gonna end up turning it into a banner or whatever, your main composition needs to be where it needs to be, which is in a square shape. Unless these music platforms someday pull an Instagram where they're like suddenly, no, you guys, we're not gonna be using like a different ratio, which was really tough. Let me tell you guys, because I had built all my posts around like the square ratio for Instagram, and then they changed it. There was a lot of beef in the content creator world. This kind of sucks. I know now you can like switch it. You can switch it back so like your posts all align or whatever, because a lot of people would post each square and then when you view the whole page, like the whole image would come together. So I know that you can change that, but you had to do it like manually. I'm like, heck no. Ain't no way. Alright, I think I need to raise. Do you think it would be stupid if I made him a little bit smaller? Let's see how it looked before. Alright, let's cancel. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna put in pure ref. We're gonna make him smaller. And we're gonna compare the two. This is the way. I have to do that. A bit more. Do 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 do. How are we looking here? We're going to do something with the ground a little bit. And the music notes. I want to move those a little bit. Oh man, guys. Sleepy time's working. This song is 100% effective. Do, 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 do. Alrighty, let's take a look at these two. This feels a bit like when you're at the eye doctor and they're like, 1 or 2. And you just start sweating because they look the same. But these are different. I swear. It's probably easier to see on my other monitor. I think I do like it smaller. And I also like that there is less gold right up to like his base. I think that's a good thing, because then we get more of a contrast, which will help draw our eye to realize there's a character there. This layer has nothing on it. Let's flip it. Yeah, don't hate it. The hat though, what if we took it up a little? And then to the side. So we don't cover the tops of his eyes. Yeah? Yeah. And I also wonder... So I had lowered the opacity on his eyes. I think I actually like it a little lower. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. What else is hitting us that we're like not loving about it? I feel like, you know what we're gonna do? Let's put a because I'm feeling a little unsure. Let's put a freaking a roll of thirds or fourths, thirds, whatever, one of those grids over top of it. Which, if you guys are ever wondering, there is, if you go into the shapes, like custom shapes tool, and you have the I think it's called like Legacy. It's like Adobe's free ones. You have those downloaded. Let's do like a gold. Then you pretty much have and you can make it into like a wide or a square, whatever you need, depending on your composition. I think here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna move the cross slightly to the right, down a little. Then we're gonna take Dozer, the yellow dude, and then we're going to, I'm gonna delete this. We're gonna take Dozer, and we're gonna move Dozer ever so slightly this direction, and just change a little bit of the height. Or we make Dozer smaller. This is feeling better. Do I want to rotate Dozer a little? Sometimes it's better if you hide the... Just gonna squint while I look at it so it's easier to stop looking at the details. I like this better. Let's see with the music notes here. Kind of like, I like the music notes because we're getting a better, getting like a balance going on. Because we have a lot of going on the right side of the composition, but I wanted to balance out the yellows into the upper section without making the background too vibrant. So I was thinking to use the notes. But I kind of wonder if I should... Here's what we're going to do. The notes are going to be smaller. I want the notes to be smaller as they come out. Can we merge these layers? Let's see what it does to the... Alright, we're gonna have to re-add the note edges, which is fine. Let's go here. I'm gonna make this note smaller. Closer in here. This one can stay this size. I'm gonna rotate like this. And then this one I'm gonna do bigger. Actually, let's a little smaller. I want it to be pretty obvious that they're going from big to small. Just make it a little more diverse. A little more interesting to look at, you know? Alright, we got dissolve on. I kind of gave these like a little glow with the dissolve, kind of like what I outlined with the cross and stuff. But I wonder if I should do this. Let's hit the music notes in a lighter shade. Maybe like that. Oops. Try not to get too sloppy here. It was funny because I was doing like the rough ideas for this yesterday just at the kitchen table on my phone. And Joe's like, whoa, you know how to draw music notes. And I was like, yo, this ain't my first rodeo. I had to draw. There was another wall art or something. What was I doing? I was doing something for Joe and I had to draw like a ton of music notes. Oh, you know what it was? I did one of his emotes. One of Reggie. Okay, it's getting hard to see. Of like Reggie playing the piano and the notes come out. So I did on that one. And then I think I did on some other ones. Okay, I'm liking this better. Let's zoom out and look at it from a distance. I wonder if we should just move everything slightly to the left. It's because I'm trying to imagine this in Spotify. So let's grab all these layers. Also, what I like to do, we can do this, but I'm gonna grab a snapshot of Spotify and I just like cropping it in over top to see how it's gonna look with some other albums around it, just so you can get an idea of how it's gonna look when it's all together. I wonder, we're looking at like the radiating edges here on Dozer. They kind of go behind the hat. I wonder if I should erase them out. Grab the softer eraser. Or should I keep them in? Or should we have lines radiating? I'm not sure about this one. Also, I feel like this placement needs to be slightly up like this. I usually hate this dissolve filter, so it feels so funny to actually be using it. Like anything else, and I don't like it when it pixelates it like that. But in this case, guys, actually it's part of the style. It just goes to show you, every feature has a purpose somewhere, you know? You don't diss it till you try it. I'm just gonna outline those a little bit more. Make them a little sparklier. Let's zoom in again. It's pretty good from a distance. Joe, are you still lurking? Got any input? How do you feel about it? This is your commissioned piece. Let me grab... I'm just gonna screenshot from my phone. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. All right, let's go to. Let me open. Grab this off of Google Photos. We can put it in here. Do do. Copy image. All right, pull this off my phone. Let's try putting. Let's try putting this image over it. Screenshot. Doesn't have to be perfect, but relatively. Let's just put it in here. Do, 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 do. That's good enough. Alright, guys. Turn off all these layers. Because we're getting distracted. Let me turn on. I feel like we need a background this color. It's got fairly good readability. I feel like most importantly, we see the cross, which is like their logo. And then of course, like any fan's gonna notice that yellow blob being Dozer. The question is, I feel like the hat is just really blending into the cross design. Thinking, how can I do not dislike how the background really isn't playing much of a role. I prefer that to be like a secondary element, like if someone wants to look closer. So I'm not upset with that, actually, that we're really not seeing too much of what's happening with the background. But I don't like that the hat's just disappearing into the back. Like, it makes it a little bit confusing. See, there's a layer I need to erase out under here that I don't like. It's kind of messing with this layer. Well, this one I can erase out some more. Maybe we could get this white line clearer in the background. What is doing that, I wonder? Okay, it's none of these layers. It's on the foreground. Okay, cool. We're gonna find it. So yesterday I was like trying to draw like super organically, like try and make these lines. That's a little bit better. And I was like, I am having so much trouble. So what I did is I grabbed this like texture of granite stone and I just sort of traced around where I thought it would kind of look like it when I was trying to create like the land, but also build around the textures. And then I was able to finally get that like organic like stone texture. But like there's something about the human brain that like it's always trying to seek perfection, and I could not get it to look natural enough. So I guess you could say I cheated in trace, but texture wise it was like the only way I was gonna pull it off. So that's what I ended up doing for that. Okay, but we have to fix a little of this. Let me make this brush smaller because we don't want it to look like our edge. The edge there. I'm gonna erase. Oh shoot, that's the wrong layer. My bad. Here we go. There it is. Maybe I'll just soften that down a little bit. I'm also going to erase this yellow that's coming up into here. I'm going to erase anything that's touching too much because I feel like it kind of takes away and confuses the eye a little bit. Especially since we're dealing with these really extreme bright colors. we go. Yeah, and then I just took a darker shade and like you can see I went around the edges just to kind of like draw your eye inward. When it comes to like centering these, I wanted everything to kind of pull you inwards, you know what I mean? I wonder if I should raise everything a very tiny bit. I mean, just a couple pixels up. Like, I just feel like balancing the bottom and the top is important. I'll bring it left a little. Yeah. All right, let's copy this again. Let's put it over our little makeshift Spotify over here. Oh, the animation is up front. I feel like one thing I don't like is I feel that in there. Let me hide this layer. Okay, this is how it look on Spotify, everybody. We're gonna pretend the album name is Stop. That's what we're gonna pretend. Actually, this looks pretty good. I might message Joe and tell him to quick take a look. I know he said he was lurking, but I think he had to go get coffee. Let me text him. I want his input before we proceed. I could go for some coffee. Sarah, welcome to the chat. Literally, I could honestly go for some too. Alright, message Joe. Sarah, this is it's an album cover I'm working on for Joe's. He's gonna release like a piano version of Sleepy Time from Horizons Volume 2. I got Dandy Blend here now though, cause coffee doesn't always love me back. Yeah, amen to that. I'm trying to avoid, also for my stomach, but also for my teeth, anything with acid. Cute. Yeah, it's let me show you. I was just testing it out in like how it would look on Spotify here, but this is what it looks like. So it's from there's a Roblox game and they used his one song for their lobby theme. And so the Roblox game is called Grace, and they're like their logo is this cross thing, and then there's a character called Dozer, which is this like this yellow blob dude with a smiley face. So apparently there's like some type of lore between the two. And so Joe said it was important to put Dozer into it. So I was trying to incorporate their like logo as well as kind of like the character, but make it a little bit more like a personal touch for the cover. I'm still not 100% satisfied with the hat though. I feel like it's not standing out enough. Maybe if I used a brighter blue, you know, if I do something like that. That's a little better, guys, actually. It stands out a little bit better. I heard blob dude and then my name. Wow, Joe. Okay, Joe, in all seriousness though, how do you like this? Let me show you. So here's what it looks like close up, right? And then here we have what it would look like in a Spotify lineup. So this is probably okay. I think it looks good though from a distance. Like a little Spotify mock-up. Chat, I'm nervous. It's taking Joe a while to reply. I think he might hate it. What are we gonna do? The suspense. Waiting. I think Joe's still recovering because he thinks I called him a blob. Not you, Joe. Dozer. Okay, it looks great. It's a little hard to see Dozer on the album from the distance. I know. But the only issue is when he's bigger, it's like you couldn't see enough of the cross that I was worried that like the main identity would be kind of hidden. I could try making him bigger, see what you think. But I do worry about... Do you think it... What if we took his hat off? This could be a bad take. But like maybe the hat's hiding too much. Like let's zoom out from here. I think the cross is more important. Yeah, but no, I mean you are right where it is a little hard to see Dozer. It's tough. I guess it depends on like what you want to have as more of the focus. Like, because you know more about the lore than I do. So if Dozer is really important, maybe we do have Dozer cover more of the cross than, you know, than the other composition because he plays a bigger role. But yeah, that's without the hat. I don't know if you like it better without the hat. I could do... What I could do is I could add the hat back, but what if I made the hat like... Problem is, it's not actually super... Okay, what if it's like a lighter blue like this? Dozer is kind of just an evil character that chases you as you run between doors. So... Oh, you liked it with the... Okay, I'm not sure how delayed stream is. So you like it with the hat lighter? Is that what you're saying? Because here's about... This is from a distance, what it'll look more like. It's probably more how you'll see it on Spotify. Or did you like it where he wasn't wearing a hat at all? Lighter hat is nice. Okay, cool. I could also make... Sarah says agreed. Okay, cool. I wonder... Oops. I kind of want to make the point of the hat not be on a tangent there with the side of the cross. Oh, and we got another tangent down here. Hold up. Actually, what if we make the tail? Let's check our reference, guys. We might want to make the tail. The hat's actually pretty long on the plushie. So actually, I think it would go below. About like that. Let's see. I think we might get actually another star in there if it was that long. We'll probably be seeing the top from about not here, the edge. All right, guys. Is this it? Have we done it? Is this completed? Should we give it a test-a-roo on the old Spotify mock-up? Okay. I don't know why, but to me it helps when I can actually see it. And I can see it where it will be when it's finished. Okay. What's your thoughts on the floor being blurry, but just in the foreground? I mean, I'm down for that. I don't think that's a bad idea. Also, I think also keep in mind, Joe, this is your piece. So if you like it a certain way, then let's do it. All right, I'm gonna make a copy just so we don't. Let me make sure I can make these. I need to filter. Blur, 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 blur. Gaussian blur. That's what we're looking for. About how blurred, like. Oh shoot, that's the wrong layer, guys. Oh, okay, so we're gonna have to turn off this filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Whoa, that's really blurry. I don't know. I think my opinion holds a lot of weight here. Let's go, Sarah. It does. Okay, guys, keep a close look as I change the amount of blur on this. This is 8.2. What do you guys think? Less blur? More blur? Do, 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 do. Shell. All right, chat says 6.7. I'm trying not to blink and now my eyes are watering. All right, guys, don't hurt yourselves. This is 6.2. You guys think this is probably good? I could also blur the we can blur the background. Not like here we have like the ground foreground blurred, but there's also like the background lines. I can do those as well. Do we like it? All right, I'm gonna take that as a yes. And then let me do the background one slightly blurred because I think that would be where are these lines? Nope, not those ones. These ones. Normal, filter. We'll also do 6.7 on these. Actually, let's do we blur it more? More than that? What's 6.7 look like? Okay, so it's width. I think it adds a nice softer tone to the floor. Yeah, I agree. That was a really good call, Joe. I feel like that does help. Also, it pulls the like the cross and the dude forward more. Okay, so all right, here's with blur on the background, like the background. So here's with, here's without. We're gonna do it one more time. Here's with. I feel like an eye doctor. And here's without. Low key, I can't see color, but I can see blurry stuff. Let's go. Did you like it with or without the blur for that other background section that's behind the music notes? I can run it back again in case you missed it. Poor Joe. Kind of like without. Might need to see again. Alright, chat. Ready? Here's with blur. Let's see if I can zoom this in for you guys, actually. I'm gonna zoom it in. Hold on. We're getting back. Okay, here's with blur. And here's without. I'm gonna do it one more time. With blur. Without blur. I feel like neither of these is really gonna make or break, but you know, it's the little details. And those are important too. I think with, okay, cool. Sarah, what you think? Do. Guys, I think we're close to having it done once we get in our second opinion. What do I think? Or wait, are you asking Sarah or are you asking me? Because if you're asking me, I think there's really no right or wrong. Like, it's art. It's just a different style. Okay, Sarah says, I mean, I personally like without. I like the contrast between the floor and the background. But also, when it's on the Spotify thing, it probably won't be noticeable either way. Those, Sarah be speaking facts. You probably aren't going to notice it at all. Because let me show you guys. Here's about how it's going to look on Spotify for you guys. But Joe, I can just put the blur on it, and then if someday you want to print it bigger, you'll be like, oh man, I wish that was blurred, even though I never noticed it on Spotify. Be like, don't worry, it's already done. So we could just put a blur on it, call it good, and then, you know, you're never gonna know the difference anyway with the when it's that tiny anyhow. So it's not a make or break type of thing. But we can, let's take a screenshot. So we're gonna test it out. Because I don't think I had this version of the hat done on it, did I? Alright, one more time. This one's for all my ladies who don't get hyped enough. If you've been done wrong, then it's your song. Alright, here we go. Oh, Joe says without blur is good. Yo, I just blurred it. I can literally just turn it off. It's okay. I'm just giving you grief. Here's what it looks like though with blur as a Spotify cover. Okay, it looks pretty good though. I think Sarah's right. Okay, Joe, I'm gonna speak on defense of Sarah because I'm kind of siding with her now. Is because we have the foreground. Okay, Joe changed his mind, chat. Low-key, that's nice. Okay, I think the reason why is like when we think in terms of blur, especially with cameras, like typically, like especially in Hallmarks, if the foreground is in focus, the background's gonna be blurred. And so when the foreground was blurred here, but then the background was still contrasty, but we had the cross and dozer technically in the foreground in detail, it was kind of like tripping our eyes up. So I feel like if we blur all the background and the ground, our eyes only being drawn to the main characters, and I think that's why it works. So definitely good call on the adding the blur though. Do you guys think it's done? Is there anything else? Joe, Sarah, you're seeing that you're like I wish it was a little to the left. I wish it was a little to the right. Let's look at it again on our Spotify cover. It looks pretty darn good. I think it's done. He's a shooting star. Honestly, yeah. It could, honestly, yeah. That honestly could work. Although I feel like, I think they're underground. So I'm not sure you would see a shooting star. But if we did, be like, choo, choo. Eh. Oh Lord, I can't draw stars. I'm seeing it. Hold up, guys. Are we on to something? Alright, Joe's gonna lurk. Alright, Joe, I'm gonna get these, in all seriousness, I'm gonna get these files to you after stream. I'll export them and stuff. I'll send them in, I'll send you a JPEG version, a PNG version, and then a lower and a high-res version. I'm seeing the shooting star. Maybe if it was behind the... Let's get it behind the cross here. No. If we had a bunch of shooting stars. All right, but hold up. I gotta stay focused though. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Sarah, I can hear you saying that. All right, guys, the file is saved. We have just finished an album cover. Let's go. And so that means we can now work on the silly ducks. This is the part of the show where Emma comes out and draws a silly duck. Let me get the files. Open recent. This is February. All right. So if y'all didn't see yesterday, we were working on some February themed silly ducks. Yay, silly duck time. Yeah, Sarah, you were just in time. I'm gonna turn on this music just a little. So yeah, I was thinking about like what are some holidays in February, because eventually I want to make a silly duck calendar. And if I'm making ducks every month, if I make a duck that's themed, like one duck at least themed for the month, then, you know, when I put the calendar together, it'll make more sense rather than just being random ducks per month. And so top holidays for February that I could think of on my calendar was Groundhog Day and then a Valentine's Day duck. So these are just some... Yeah, Valentine's... Yeah, so these are actually... This is February's ducks I'm working on. I already finished January's. I'm like a month ahead, thankfully. Just because I was trying to get them done. But we've got Groundhog Day duck. Granted, these are still rough. And then we have a Valentine's Day duck. This duck, I wasn't happy with the cake, but I think I like it now. We're gonna go... we might go with this one. So yeah, I think what we'll do is I'm going to do the Groundhog one first, and then we'll see. I would like to pre-order a calendar. Yes. I'm still trying to figure out where and how I can get them printed, so I'll let you know. Because Redbubble does not have calendars as far as I know. That's really a missed opportunity. They need to do that. Yeah. Alright. Guys, Groundhog duck. I'm still trying to figure out if I want to have this duck two-toned. I just go with one. Well, let's flip him around. I think the groundhog's a him. Because is his name... What's his name? The groundhog that comes out. Shoot. This is off topic, but have you tried the Animal Crossings update? I haven't! Is it good? I've heard, John was talking about it, and then I saw, like, videos talking about it. I've been thinking about it, but I've been playing, like, if you haven't gotten Heartopia yet, it's like, Heartopia is like everything you've ever wanted all in one game. Like if you're into crafting, if you're into home building, if you're into landscaping, if you're into painting, if you're into making outfits, it's got everything. Okay, I haven't tried it yet, but I feel like I've seen a lot of videos about it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I do wanna... I'm trying to remember. There was like... Did they add better like co-op functions? I downloaded Heartopia on my phone, but then I had to delete it because it was taking up... Oh no! No, that's the worst. Yeah, my other phone had like terrible space. Now they have it... Sarah, I saw they have it on Steam now, so you can get it on PC. But I'm not sure if the controls are really nice because John was telling me he downloaded it on PC, but it wasn't through Steam. It was through like their launcher, and it was really annoying trying to just like control your character and stuff. But maybe they fixed it because I think they probably want streamers to play it. So I don't know if it's better for PC. They did add a better co-op system option. Sounds like maybe you can create whole islands with friends. Okay. That would be good. Honestly, I think that was like one of my like the beef I had with the Animal Crossings is because they still made like multiplayer feel really divided. Like there really wasn't much to do. I'll have to try it on Steam or download it on my iPad. Yeah, actually on your iPad would be great. John plays it on his iPad. And so I guess I guess it wouldn't be hard to hold. I'm sure they have it. I'm sure they have it set up so it's easy enough. But yeah, I think you're gonna like Heartopia. There's a lot to it. But also I'm glad they made the co-op better for Animal Crossings. Because it did need that. Because like you want to be able to play with your friends and the game's like super cute and cozy, but then you feel just kind of like you run out of things to do. Other co-op options in Heartopia? Yeah, so there is actually. So like the way the map works is like there's this big town in the center, and then when you load into the game, there's plots of land all the way around the town. And those can be like either your friends or just random people in the world. So you'll frequently run into like just other players. It's a little bit like Infinity Nikki. I guess they call that like, so like an MMO, I guess you would say. So yeah, there's a lot of lots of co-op stuff to do. You can throw like tea parties. They also have co-op building, which is amazing. I haven't tried it yet though. What else? Yeah, they have like instruments you can play in the game. They have... I just unlocked you can paint. And apparently you can also write books within the game as well. And then when you play instruments, they have... I just found it. They have like a way to record it. So you can record your own like records to play in your house. So you can make music to play. It's pretty... There's like a pretty big focus on like being creative within the game. It's really interesting. That's so cool. It is. The more I play it, like I've already been playing it for over a week now, and I haven't even gotten through like all the beginner tutorials and stuff. Like the one thing I would recommend is when you start it, don't feel like you have to finish everything. Like because there's so much content to the game that, you know, just like go at your own pace and make your way through the like intro stuff at whatever speed you want. Like it may take you a month, and that's totally fine. Like there's no reason to rush through it. All right, let's do, I think I did brush size 40. Do the head. I do feel like, guys, I need to get my water bottle, which is not up here. It's downstairs. I left it on the kitchen table. No. Because your girl will start to lose her voice. But this is a good time to show you guys who weren't here before. I frequently leave to get cups of tea. Actually, not that frequently. I usually just get 1 cup of tea per stream. But I created last week a be right back screen. And so maybe I'll show that to you guys while I be right back and go grab my water bottle. But this, let me show you guys. I made this little duck steeping their tea. And it's pretty cute. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd like it, Sarah. I was glad you came by because I was like, oh, I need to show Sarah this, but I forgot to send you like a screenshot. It's like really cozy looking. Okay, guys, I'm gonna grab a drink so I don't lose my voice, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Not to complain, but I'm getting lonely over here. Oh my gosh. Sarah, I'm sorry. I ended up, so I know I said I was just getting my water bottle, but this little loading screen made me thirsty, so I was like, I gotta make some tea. That, and I felt like, see if I can keep from spilling it as I pull my side table over. I feel like I need to drink something warm to help with my throat. Because y'all might notice, I kind of started to sound like I'm a smoker. Which is not great. But it happens to me, like, when I start to lose my voice gets really, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, gravelly. So I'm like, I gotta grab something. It'll be better for my throat. It doesn't help when the air is also like, it's because I've had to run my heater. The air is a bit more dry. Which, I need to open my window. I should probably open my window and air out my room because today we have like a heat wave. What kind of tea did I get? I got, it's is it honey chamomile? Yeah, chamomile and honey. It's not very strong, but I've really learned to like more subtle teas. Subtle tea. That kind of rhymes together. Do 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 do. Okay. With the little fur. Ba ba da ba ba ba. That there. I don't know if I want to do this duck two-toned. Oh, you know what I was gonna ask, Sarah? I've been hearing that, well, I saw on the news that, like, Atlanta was preparing to get, like, a lot of snow over the weekend. Are you guys gonna get... Is it looking like you guys are gonna get a bunch of snow? Do, 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 do. Our snow is finally melting. We had a ton of snow. It's like, it's like 45. And I'm like, I'm in shorts. Although granted, I have a blanket on now. But it's like, it's been below 0 for so long that the 40s feel like the 70s, you know? Yeah, we're supposed to get snow here. The grocery stores have been packed with all of the people panicking about doomsday, aka snow and ice hitting Tennessee. That's really... I feel like as people who live, like in the states that get snow, anytime we're watching other states freak out over like a couple inches, it's pretty amusing. Although I think I heard it's supposed to be a lot of snow, so maybe it'll be more than a couple inches. I feel like that's still not reason to panic, but I guess I can understand a little better. Draw the top of the fingers here. Apparently in like 2014, Atlanta got a lot of snow. I did not remember that. Because the news segment was like pulling tons of clips from then. Like, I did not know that. We'll see, but also the people here probably don't really know how to treat roads and everything as well, so that'll be fun. Yeah, watch out for crazy drivers. Like, guys, slow down. I was talking to Rose the other day, and they were talking about possibly getting snow in Texas. And I was like, yeah, you gotta watch out for the people who don't know how to drive in the snow. And she was telling me, I don't know if this is a fact or just her observations of what Texans are like, but she was telling me that when it snows in Texas, people like to go out in their cars to look at it. And I was like, don't purposely go out if it's snowing. So I had to laugh. I'm like, this explains a lot. Like, no wonder there's so many wrecks in these states. Like, people are like, oh, it's snowing, let's drive out in it. Like, no, people are so funny. Yeah. I mean, I can understand, like, the excitement. It's like snow, but I was like, just stand out, like, your front door or balcony or, like, apartment, wherever you live. Like, put your hands in the snow and then go back in. I gotta go. I have to call my supervisor. All right, Sarah, thank you so much for dropping by. And I'll be streaming again tomorrow if you have time, but thank you for chatting. It helps me stay awake. Because we are already 4, and that blew by a lot faster than it normally does, guys. Kind of nice when you have someone to talk to. Although I have to say, I'm guilty. I'm one of those people where, like, I'll watch streams and I don't really chat much. I'm a bit of a lurker. But I'm trying to fix that. I'm trying to be more... I'm also trying to, like, use comment sections more. Like, I feel like I really appreciate when people comment on my work. And I'm like, you know, I want to return the favor. So I'm trying to get better at, you know, just being more, like, spreading, I guess, spreading more positivity through social media. It's like, why not, you know? Like, it's so easy to... It's so easy just to drop a nice comment under a video. But, like, I'm like a chronic overthinker. And so I'm always like, even though I say something nice, I'm like, well, also I'm dyslexic. So there's like 2 worries. 1, like, what if they misinterpret what I say? And then 2, what if I spelled something wrong? But I'm like, you know what? If I see people make spelling mistakes in the comments. And I'm like, you know what? There's a bunch of dyslexic people out there. If they really can't understand what they said, I'm sure they'll be like, what'd you say? And then I can be like, oh, my bad. But, you know, if you're an overthinker, you know what it's like. Do I still... Guys, I'm on the fence about making this duck two-toned. I might not, because it did look a little bit goofy. Alright, let's listen to Joe's Sleepy Time reverb, because I want to hear the difference. Lovely theme, Grace Roblox, but slowed plus reverb. Let's go. Reverb. Seems chill. Do do do. Oh, I kind of like the slowed. All right, let's add the cheeks in here. You know, I was doing like celebrity ducks. You know what I need to do? I need to do like a Buc-ee's duck, like from the gas station. My sister Rose likes Buc-ee's, so I think she would appreciate it. Do, do, do. Okay, we gotta be more gradual, this line work. Oh, let me pull out my tea bag. It's been steeping way too long. Yeah, I read that if you steep your tea too long, it can become more acidic. And I'm trying to avoid anything acidic. Not because my stomach can't take it, but because my teeth can, apparently. And so... let me pull this out. Try not to drop this. That's a good tea. Not too strong. Not too weak. Just right. Wait. Oh, here we go. I was trying to remember how to put songs on loop. I gotta try and find how to fix my mic for recording my videos because I have had the darndest time trying to record my ASMR videos without the fan from my computer just completely taking over the audio. Like I'm having to do... So I usually edit them in CapCut and then I do, if I need it, the like audio like denoising in DaVinci Resolve. And it is such a pain when you have to be like exporting from one and into the other, and I just hate having to use multiple programs. I know it's a petty complaint, but I would really just love the audio to be fine, and then I can just quick cut it in CapCut and then export it with the voiceover. My mic does, the mics that I use, it's not this one. This one's not great. But the mics that I record with are like really great for like talking and whatnot. But they're not the best for doing audio. How do we feel about the little furry tufts of hair at the cheeks? I feel like I'm just gonna make this a bit smaller. Does look a little bit like a chipmunk. That's right, they're rodents. Similar-ish. There we go. Alright, I do love this soundtrack, but we are playing one song over and over again, and I'm getting low-key really sleepy because of sleepy time. So we're gonna go back to this little more upbeat one that Joe sent us. Ideally, I need to get the rest of Joe's albums to be able to listen to. That would be really nice because he has like upbeat tracks in there as well. That would be nice for working too. Alrighty. Alright, what time are we? Okay. I would like to dedicate an hour to the paint study, so that's fine. We can do, let's finish this hour on the silly ducks before we move on to doing a paint study. It's good that we finished the album cover faster than I thought. And it's really nice having that done. Okay. There we go. That's the hat. Let's put the eyes. Separate layer. Okay, the eyes are styled a little different than I normally do. So I wanted them to have more of that like cuter rodent feel. How we looking? Hey, this is good. I think hold up. Hold up. There we go. Alright, let's put in the pupils. And then let's put in the bill next. I know yesterday I was on the fence about how we want to do the nose, and I can honestly tell you I'm still on the fence about how I want to do that. So we're gonna see as we get the actual line work going if we hate it or if we like it. All right, let's add the bill now. So if it looks bad, we're just not gonna do it. Hold on, let me get another drink. Alrighty. Do I have this? So I kind of had like cheeks like come all the way up to the bill. And I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I had toyed with not doing it that way, but I kind of like the separation we're getting. We can even two-tone the face if we wanted. We could do like a white on the back upper part of the head, and then like the front cheeks we could do tan, kind of like I was thinking of doing the stomach section, like on the tummy. See here, I don't know if I'm gonna do that though. We'll see how it goes. Like I didn't like it in the mock-up that I did with the colors, but I had it like straight white, which I'm not gonna actually have. It's gonna be like an off-white. I don't like making the duck straight white because it's not realistic. Okay. Let's do the teeth. The buck teeth. Here we go. I'm just gonna curve the ends a little. And draw on the center. There we go. Let's erase out this. All right, here's the question. Do we do the nose like I have here, or does it look stupid? I just don't know. If it doesn't have it, it's like it didn't make sense for the teeth wear. Maybe squish this down a little. Let's turn off this layer underneath. That's not terrible. I don't know. Yeah, let's leave it for now. Let's just leave it for now and put the eyebrows in. And how about, man, guys, I should have got tea with some caffeine. Oh my lord. Let's do the ground. So I talked about having like grass and then snow as well. Maybe we put in the snow first. Snow. And then we'll plan like the grass peeking around it. And then we're gonna have like piles of dirt. Around where he's coming out of the hole. And then let's put one more back here. Then we're gonna cut through here with the grass. The grass blades up through here. Get this snow layer. Some here, and then I had try to make this look cuter. This little flower needed some help. The center. Maybe we should do also like how they usually look. It's like kind of like a tulip. They're called like, is it daffodils? They're like the yellow flowers that come up in spring, usually with the tulips. I think yes. Okay, but I got them. Here's how they usually look. My brain was like confusing a tulip. They're like star shaped. But with like a center, and then there's like this part. So that's kind of how it looks in the front. And then from the side, there's like, let's catch one from the side, one of these pictures. It's like, you see the star part. Probably more like this. A bit more like that. Let me pull this over. Because I want them all coming from, their petals are usually, they come up from the ground and they're longer. They're like that from the base. Because I want this to come, I might need to use a smaller brush size. Maybe like a 25. Alright, let's grab that. Let's add it in here. Bit like that. Maybe what I need to do, I should have redrawn them because it looks kind of dumb. Or am I adding too much to the background? Probably am, because you know I've been guilty of doing that. Maybe we just keep it simple. We can do daffodils in another project. Let's add more of like this flower I had. Actually, I mean to make this top petal a little bigger. We're just gonna do a very standard. So we're not gonna give that one. I'm gonna see it from the side more here. There we go. Honestly, I think that's probably enough flower-wise. We don't want to go ham with it. Because you know I would. We're gonna restrain ourselves. Try and get this grass in here. And then we're also gonna have dirt. See how I want to do this. 40. It's gonna be rocks mixed in with it. I want it to look clean, so maybe we get zoomed in a little bit. Okay, I'm liking that. It's feeling like dirt. Put a pile bigger here. It kind of mounded up where the hands are resting on it. And then let's do that. A little rock. Who knew dirt would need so much attention? You know what I mean? But I want it to look right, you know? Maybe we should hide the grass layer. Just because I don't want it to influence my decision on dirt placement, so to speak. And then back behind, maybe a little bit like this. Yeah, this one's growing on me. I think it's gonna be a tough call when I put together the calendar if I want to do the Valentine's one or if I'm gonna go with the Groundhog Day. That's gonna be tough because I kind of like both. Both are good. So probably don't want to get too detailed there around the fingers and the claws because then we'll end up getting confused, like what's claw and what's dirt. Okay, that seems good. Let's add back the grass. Let's get rid of that. Add a couple sprigs there. All right, we got some snow, we got some grass, we got the dirt. We got whatever, these little flowers going on back here. Maybe I could add little like indications of flowers by doing circles. That'd be kind of cute. So not quite detailed flowers, but and then, you know, if people think they're mushrooms, that's fine too, because mushrooms are cute. Okay, cool. Now for the moment of truth. Doesn't look bad. Let's flip it though. Let's see what happens if we mirror this thing. What do I feel about the composition? I do feel as if it's not centered as much as I would like it to be. Like the groundhog's too far to the left. So let's grab the dirt layer, all of the groundhog, the ground duck. Okay, there is our center. Then we can move everything else accordingly. kind of like it better. Let's do this. Let's fix where it overlaps though. This layer, I don't want anything getting too close to the line art there, just because I want it to stay nice and separated. And then I feel like this flower, this is the flower layer. Okay, its angle was a little bit wonky. Oh shoot, we cut part of the petal off. Okay, there we go. Just because you guys know, I end up drawing things a little crooked because I always have my head tilted one way. I'm a little bit like this duck. Or a groundhog, whatever you want to call it. It's both. It's a groundhog and a duck. Remember when there used to be like ads all the time for pillow pets? I was just thinking that because I was like, it's a groundhog, it's a duck, it's a groundhog, duck. Yeah, my younger sister actually had a pillow pet. I think they were a little overrated. Because they weren't like, she didn't actually use it as a pillow. I mean, she did sometimes, but it wasn't like, that was the only pillow you ever needed. It's like, you'd want to get a proper pillow and then have your pillow pet as like an extra, like, I guess prop yourself up with, but they were cute though. So I guess it's a bit more of a functional plushie, which is always a win. Does the dirt look like it needs raised up on one side a little? All right, let's flip it again after I straighten out these flowers. And then I want to add in the text because actually now I feel like I want it up that way a little to recenter this. Granted, once we add, what layer is this? Nothing's on there. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day, where did I have that written, guys? It's all one word from what I was seeing on the calendar. Would it be Happy Groundhog Day? Probably. Has anyone ever wished someone a happy Groundhog Day? That's what I want to know. Like, I feel like we talk about it. And then font-wise, let's choose something a little more like whimsical, but also something that like goes with his little like top hat. So maybe like a little serious, but not too serious. Oh my gosh, I have so many fonts here, guys. So many that look similar too. This is why I can do some graphic design, but I don't go around advertising it because your girl does not love doing it. I have a lot of respect for graphic designers. Like, I feel like you almost need, like, it takes like a whole different mindset. And like usually you work in like Illustrator, so it's more like vector style, so there's a whole different like workflow for it. It's so much. And you have to be really creative with like shapes. And then again, you're restrained by like the needs for each project. I would honestly, if I had to think of like who I would consider the most creative people, like most thinking outside of the box, I would say like graphic designers. Like you do logos and stuff. Like there are some insane ones out there where like the way they take just like two things, like even if it's just a regular coffee shop, because you have to keep, like you can't just do like a coffee bean and a coffee mug. Like it's got to be more than that because you want it to stand out and be memorable. But also like logos are so simplified now, so it's like trying to simplify down some really like complex shapes and ideas into something that's instantly recognizable but also like makes sense for the like the image of the business or company. It's, yeah, blows my mind. Some of these graphic designers, they're so cool. Like I'm not sure I could ever do it, but I don't love doing it personally, graphic design, that much, but I love looking at other people's graphic work. Like I can appreciate it without feeling like I have to do it, which is kind of nice. Man, I don't know, guys. I'm not seeing a font that... We're gonna go with this one for now. None of these are jumping out at me, but we gotta fix the spacing here. That's pretty darn cute. All right, let's color this. Let me put the line art into its own layer. Typically, I just do the fills first. We're gonna delete that. This is the old. Let me realign this in case we need it. Yeah, but typically I do like the fill on the main duck first, but I want to do it a little differently with this one. I'm going to do the fills. I'm going to do background stuff and then work my way up into the more detailed, because I feel like the background, the grass, and the snow is all going to play a really big role in this. Let me save that layer. Let me drink my tea before it gets cold. All right, guys. Kind of playing around with what blues we want to do here in the background. Just get that base going. A good foundation. I feel like spring grass is usually pretty yellowy looking. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, let's go with something gentle like this. I'm just gonna have that disappear. into the background. Let's just fill the whole scene because I may or may not need that area later for filling. Oh. What is happening? The larger you make the brush, it will make Photoshop lag out, especially some of these other ones that are any of the more like ones with, what's it called? Transfer. That's what they call it in the brush terms. The transfers aren't. It's usually makes it a little laggier. Granted, we have to remember that's a lot of pixels it's coloring all at once because this is like, I think this is a 4,000 by 6,000. I do these huge. Go big or go home, you know? I'm just gonna use this shading to indicate grass down here and in the background as well. All right, we've got about 15 more minutes. Can we shade this in 15 minutes? We're gonna find out. I would like to have it shaded and finished. But anytime you're working on, let's add the snow in. Anytime you're working on something with a lot of background, it takes me longer. Does that look like a stone? Yes, it does. But I prefer keeping my snow darker than you would think, just because I have a tendency to like go all beginner mode and just try and paint it pure white. But snow is not just pure white. Snow is like reflecting everything. Like if you look at it closely, there's a lot going on when you look at snow. So I want to make sure I get that right. We're gonna make this a little more blue. Some blue going in here. And let's get into our turquoise as we highlight. Just because this green grass is gonna have an influence over some of the colors. Let's go a little lighter now. I think this brush is good because I can layer it nicely without getting too much buildup right from the start. See how that's looking. Now also I'll go in and add some more shading back to it, and we'll do some detailing, but like stuff like that. I definitely am on my color arc where I shade things with probably too much color, but you know, it's an art style. And then we go to our pure white. See how snow kind of sparkles? Maybe we do something like that. Let's add little spots where the snow sparkles, and then catch our main highlights as well. We can work on this. Just get the base in. I do like this brush. It's kind of nice. Almost getting that like the bokeh circles you'd see on a camera. At some point we do need to do some storyboard like studies, which would be fun to do because we haven't had time to do any of the Reggie stuff this week, but I'm still thinking about storyboarding in the back of my mind. Also, there was a scene from, it's called The Last Samurai Standing. It's on Netflix. And episode 4 has a really cool fight scene. And the camera work was insane because it's like all one shot, but somehow, like, I don't know how, if they edited it to make it look like it was all one shot or if they really were like passing the camera around, because they had like, so some of the shots, like the camera was like a POV, so like you were the person that was getting like beat up by the good guys, right? But then other times the camera was like tracking the other people, and then there's like a part where they like pass it through a shelf, and then it's like some, I don't know how they even did it, why all this action's going on, and then they also have it like it goes like underneath these characters. I don't know how to explain it very well without like you guys physically seeing it, but like I really want to study just that whole sequence. And then I'd also love to try doing something similar, but like in my own, so like plot out. So I would build like a little, you build like, okay, so you know your room's gonna be like, the room is shaped like this, right? Say that's your building. And so you kind of plan out your fight first, because you know that like this character, this is one character is gonna start there, and then like the other character is gonna enter the scene here, right? And so what you can do is you build like a little roadmap of what's gonna happen in the scene. So maybe like this character enters here, and by the time they're there, this character has like run to here, and then like maybe this is where they start their fight, and then from there they move this way, right? And then maybe there's a table here, and like this guy gets like pushed back onto the table, bam, you know? And then like what if he flipped over the table, right? And so like how do you move the camera throughout this shot? So you can either like cut it into different shots, like where you move the camera or whatever, but like what if we did a POV, or like we followed from over the shoulder of this dude as he came in, but then maybe as he gets like pushed and falls over onto the table, the camera would come around and now we're seeing over the bad guy's shoulder, and we do like a little switcheroo on us with the where the camera's positioned. And then, you know, we can go from there as like the actions play out. So I don't know, it's those kind of shots get me really excited. They be really challenging, but when you see people do them, like John Wick, a really great example, those movies, they have such like beautifully composed, like the camera work's amazing, but then you even think about like the choreography in the fights, like everything, the timing, the compositions, it's just like, it's mind-blowing. It's I get so excited. I get like a dopamine high when I think about it. Yeah, so I would really like to do some studies of that. But anyway, back to drawing ducks. We gotta focus. Let's put the dirt fill in now. Yeah, I love movies, guys. And it's not just like, oh yeah, I love to watch movies. Like every night, like my day is not complete unless I've watched some type of TV show or movie. Like I just absolutely get, like I can't get enough of TV shows and movies and just, I don't know, everything film. Well, I think it's because like when I was younger, like I loved reading books as well. But then like when you pair like visuals with a really good story, I mean it's pretty simple. But there's something about that. Like you got the visual storytelling, you've got like the narrative storytelling, like through the characters talking. It's just like, I don't know, you can really get lost in whatever world it is, whether it's a fictional one or it's like based off of a true story. There's just so much art to all of it, like even down to like color grading in a film, like the way a film is colored and the way they do like the lighting for each shot. Like lighting plays a big role in just like the story you want to tell. So there's so many little things. And it's just like, if you get them all together and you're able to work them all in the way you want for like your narrative, like it's just pure creation. It's just pure storytelling in every single aspect of it. All right, so we need to shade the dirt. I'm thinking like, hold up. I'm liking this, like, I'm using more cool reds. I feel like reds always make browns look more appealing. If you go more on the yellow side, it's, I mean, it could be that sunshine's hitting it, but I always like to hit it with a little red depending on the lighting of the scene. Just because it makes it look a little nicer. Because if you go to like, if you go straight to like that, it just looks pretty bland. Although, you know, it could be, if you're doing like sand and stuff, that actually could be better. But if I'm doing something like this where I'm trying to like fake dirt, it's not based on realism as much. I get a little bit more crazy with the colors and the shading and whatnot. Also, I feel like let's make these these be like lighter stones that are mixed in, I think. I don't like doing that. There we go. What time are we? 4:57. Cool. We're not doing terrible. Alright, let's do the depth. Base, fill. I'm just gonna start with like a grayish color on the warmer side. Also, we need to bring out these texture brushes again because this is typically how I do it, and I want to make sure that the background doesn't look too airbrushed. So we're gonna go over those again with, like, we'll probably do, I like grabbing a really dark shade and brushing over just some texture to blend. Just because I want to make sure that the backgrounds and the main duck are cohesive. But we don't have to do that now. We're going to do the color fill on the duck first. And then when we get to 5 o'clock, we're going to work on a paint study. I might be a little crazy today, but I want to try doing a really loose paint study of a dog. So, because I might be doing a dog portrait in oils soon. I'll keep you guys posted on that. If I do, I'm hoping to do it on stream as well, just because I feel like the process would be fun. So just kind of like show you guys as I get back into doing oil paintings, because it's been when did I finish that one? It's been probably a year and a half, I would say. That's being optimistic. And when I did that one, it was like very spread out over like a year's time it took me to paint, so I wasn't really focused. So I'd say it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've been like devoted to oils, where I was actively doing them a lot. So it's been a hot minute, but I've also really improved a lot of my composition and color theory skills. So it's gonna be fun to see what happens when I combine like real life mediums with what I've learned. We're gonna see. But also the skill that I have not gotten better at is my realism drawing. And if I want the dog to look like the actual dog it was and not just a rough interpretation, we're going to have to improve our proportion perception skills. So before we start it, we might be doing some, I feel like drawing portraits is a really great way to do it. You really use similar concepts when you're drawing a dog. Just because, like, you know, like the eyes are this far apart in this picture, and then the side of the head from here, it's pretty much the same thing. So we might do some portrait, like charcoal portrait drawing on stream as like a warm-up to get me going before we tackle the dog portrait. That's kind of just what I've been planning, guys. None of it's set in stone, but that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. And then possibly a watercolor landscape. Okay. You know what the problem is, guys? I talk too much while I'm trying to stream. And then it gets like I get like one thing done and we gotta switch to the other. Okay, I have to say I'm a little faster. I'm faster when I'm not streaming, but one thing I've noticed about streaming is that I feel like I've gotten really good at just kind of being more aware of what I'm doing, and I feel like that's sharpening my skills as well, because I think we've all kind of like gone into autopilot before. It's pretty easy to just kind of like mindlessly go at something. And so it's been nice just kind of like when I have to explain to you guys what I'm doing on stream, it's kind of like helping me be more like present in the moment as I create, which I think is really good. It's kind of why I think like teaching is really good for artists, because when you have to explain something to someone else, it really makes you think about like, well, what do I actually know about that? And then there's always the benefit that like people will question you, and then it's like, okay, well, why do I think this is the way you're supposed to do it? Like maybe that isn't the best way. And then, you know, sometimes, oh my gosh, I keep getting tangled in my cable. Sometimes people have ideas you never would have thought of. Because I feel like as beginners, like, because you don't know rights or wrongs or rules, like you'll try things that maybe somebody who knew more wouldn't have. And often those mistakes can be not really mistakes, but like, this was from doing the album cover. I'll delete these. It can be a moment of discovery. Okay, so let me put these. We were drawing these ducks. Hold up. Do we want to do like a tan background? That's probably a good start for a canvas. Let me turn these back on and put these into a separate layer. This is the duck character sheet. We're gonna work more on this tomorrow. Work on that 3/4 turn. Make it a lot more cleaner than the one I put there. Okay, so get rid of those layers. Here's our last paint study that we did. I didn't get that far, honestly. And I was saying earlier that I don't want to like do too much to it, because it is like a paint. It's a study. It's not supposed to be perfect. And I'm trying really hard not to work on this right now. Problem is I do see like, I would like to have the front kind of finished more. So maybe, guys, I'll give myself like 10 minutes. 10 minutes couldn't hurt, right? We used the winter 2024 brushes that Adobe gives you for free. And then we used, I think I was using like fresh, I think I like slick paint, that brush better. All right, so I'm gonna make this cooler than it was in the reference. And probably not as dark. And then we're gonna go a little darker, but a little warmer as we get this kind of like plant life. Wait, what is happening? It's creating a new layer every time I draw. Oh, I think I know why. Because I had it in that layer. Let me close this and put it in here. Okay, here we go. Alright, now we're cooking. Actually, this water needs to come in more. I'm just gonna do that. Slightly darker. Slightly lighter. Really subtle color shifts going on here as it comes out into the that almost comes in more like that. That's probably good enough for now. I would like to take some of this lighter shade. Okay, there we go. I forgot where. I have to find it somewhere next time. I'll save it so I can show you guys. But I was looking at some guy who does more like impressionistic style oil paintings, and he was so good. Like, it just looked like he used a palette knife on the canvas, but it was like the most convincing water you ever did see. And like, I know we'd all like to believe we could do that. Like, oh, you just mix paint and smear it on the canvas. It just has to do with the way the smears are. But no, these were really calculated. Like, it takes a lot of work to make it look that effortless and actually get it right. So it's pretty crazy. I was mind blown. Okay. About there. This kind of comes in. Then we get this like plant. How's that line up here? It's about there. Maybe we don't want to have that one stick out as much, but there's like a little wood post here, but I think I'm just gonna leave it out because I don't want it drawing our eyes down there unnecessarily. And it gets darker. Then we get a little warmer. A little bit here. Darken it down. These are like really subtle values. I'm not even sure like if you guys will be able to see these depending on your screen. But on my tablet, I'm able to see the differences. This one's just for me because I do like details. This might be a fun texture. Kind of like rough up this edge a little. Let's lighten this up. Let's go back to our slick paintbrush. Okay, darker. We're getting like darker subtle waves in here. You know what? Maybe we just leave them out. The camera is deceiving. All right, then let's grab these blues and we're just gonna kind of negative space paint these sections. All right, I feel like I'm happy now with this bottom section. The only thing I wanted to fix is the light source. I feel like it needed more like on the right. Just the right side needed brought out a little bit more. I could have taken it too much. We gotta be really subtle. But, you know, it is a painting, so I'm allowed to exaggerate what I choose to. But I did feel like our lighting here could have come out further. Let me grab my eraser. I want to grab a soft. Just fade this a little bit. Because the light almost comes out to the rock here. I think we had, here we go. It's like a, almost like a glazing brush. It's kind of like you just mix like more oil into your oil paints. Okay, there we go. So let's grab a brighter, more saturated color as we outline what's happening here. Also, I feel like these rocks back here got hit with a bit more highlight in the reference. I do like the idea of playing that up a little. Okay, now let's spread this light. It's almost like glowing a little up into this section. And then I want to just take a little color there. Adjust this just a little. Let's take a look. Let's brighten up this section down here. Let's grab, we're looking at a more, that's slightly green as the yellow meets the water. We want to highlight it a little bit more at the edges. I kind of like that. Then we get darker. We get into these saturated. It's pretty close. I think we should call it here on this, guys, though. Honestly, this was a really fun study. As soon as I took the picture, I knew I wanted to paint it at some point. I'm actually really not... I'm not disappointed with how that came out. Alright, so let's call it on that one. Let's treat it like a practice 3. Alright, so actually let's go back through the stages, guys. Here's what we painted on the very first day. And we started I started with this color canvas because I really wanted to actually be warmer tone rather than cooler, even though it's a night shot. Because I wanted the harmony to just kind of like stay without the painting with the light source in the center. I didn't want it to be like a cool scene and then suddenly boom, like warm bright light. Like I wanted it to be a gentle nighttime image. So we went with warmer by setting kind of like the tone with that background. And then I filled in the ocean and the sky. And then I ended up putting in some of the foreground elements as well as the island in the back. And then from there, we just kind of like worked on rendering down the details a little. And then this layer, I realized I had made the island way too big. So we got really detailed on this one layer. We got more of the island there, part in order. And then the next layer we did was this one. So we filled in some more there where the light's gonna be. And then we started doing the rocks behind it, and we added our light source finally, which I held off on doing because I have a tendency of just going to my highlights way too soon. And I wanted to make sure that I kept this like really low like color value going, so I really held out before I added the light. So we got a little more detailed. I fixed up some of the trees a bit more. And then today, this is what we did today. Today I did the foreground, which we kept really simple because the foreground is not, it's not even like a third character. It's not even like a side ship, you know what I mean? Like, I really did not want the foreground doing much, so we kept it really simple, just darkened it up. And then we did a little bit of water there to help blend that in. And then I added a little bit more light to the light source, just to draw our eyes there a bit more. But I say this study is done. Honestly, it turned out, so I did mine a little more like warmer tone than the reference. So you can see we're getting more like purple blues on the left, and mine's more like a green turquoise. But I like that better because of my memories from there. Like the water was really like a turquoise color most of the time. And so I kind of want to play up the more green tones. So I would say this study was a success. So what we got to do is get a new reference for our next study. So I'm gonna see if we have any good pictures of our dog Annabelle. If not, like I might not have any ones that have great lighting. If not, we're just gonna freaking steal one off the internet. We're gonna go to like one of those websites with free pictures that people can put up, and we'll just take one from there. I know I must have some good pictures. I should have gotten on earlier and texted my one brother because he takes really good pictures of our dog. I'm not sure if I'm into the lighting on this one. These ones are kind of cute, but she kind of looks half asleep. Okay, here's her. I don't know, none of these are screaming pet portrait though. I could paint one of my sister's other dog, Skylar. A lot of pictures of her. They're all cute. I did actually do... Let me show you guys. These are really bad, but guys, this was like years ago. But these are two portraits that I did. This is Annabelle and Skylar. These were gifts for my sister. Skylar's turned out much better. I had such a time and a half trying to get Annabelle's fur to look right on her face, and then I just went and I over smoothed everything. So Annabelle looks like she has like those like Snapchat filters over her painting. Not ideal, but you know what? Live and learn. I'm living, I'm learning, and hopefully we can do better when we paint our next dog portrait. Okay, let me see. Actually, this could be good. This would be kind of low res, but I don't hate the idea of that because we're supposed to be doing like a very like rough. Let me take a screenshot of this. Compositionally, we could probably crop it down a little. But like, this is one of my sister's dogs. This is Dooley. Maybe him? I did want to do one of the face. I'm like kind of wondering if I need to have... Okay, I have a picture of Skylar wearing... Okay, I do have one of Annabelle, but like we have trash cans sitting in the background. Maybe we can crop it. Or we use our imaginations and make the background look better. There's a whole lot of green going on in this picture though. So possibly this one. This one's kind of cute, but I feel like the lighting's not amazing. I have a lot of pictures of my sister's puppy, but it's not in great lighting. She's so cute. Okay, maybe guys, maybe we do this one. This one I took of Annabelle. I like it because she looks, she's like turning away, so she looks a little shy. But I think this one is the best color, so we're gonna go with that. Okay, let's get it out of that layer. All right, reference image, here we go. I won't lie, I'm a little nervous about doing this. But we're going to do our best. So I'm just gonna make a canvas. Let's tone it on the warmer side and also darker. Let me name this layer canvas. Oops. Wrong hotkey. There we go. All right, so I think my first reaction is to grab... Man, it's getting dark in here, guys. Is that too bright? It's gonna look really orange, but... Alright. Just because my lighting. What was I saying? Oh, first reaction, it makes me want to like take out a pencil and try and sketch this, but I wonder if that's like the wrong way to go at it. Maybe what I should do is just like get the shapes masked in and then worry about the proportions. So kind of like paint / draw at the same time. Maybe do something like that. First, let's go back to, what kind of brush we got here? Oops. That's kind of fun. Again, like our comp, like I'm wondering like if I go, like I think I might want to try and tackle this like how I used to do portraits. And I used to follow this guy on YouTube and he said, like, just get in the general shape. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're just working out the position. And so I'm gonna try and keep that in mind as I go about. So I am doing some drawing, guys. I contradicted myself. I know I said I wasn't gonna do that a minute ago, but I think it's okay. It's okay to do it. So actually, we're not getting much. Her shoulder. Her nose is kind of... Getting this side of the face is gonna be difficult. I think her ear comes up higher. A little bit like here. Yeah, I took this picture back when I was babysitting her for my parents. And she's definitely not as happy when I'm babysitting because I work all day and she can't be outside because usually when she's with my mom, she's out running around the yard and stuff. So Annabelle doesn't love it when I babysit her, but I try to like purposely take her out on walks and stuff so she doesn't get totally bored out her head. Thankfully, she is getting older, so she's not as crazy as when she was young, so she doesn't need as much like attention and like outdoor running time. She honestly likes to kind of just be by herself. as she's gotten older, it's kind of funny. She's getting to be an old grouch sometimes. She likes that she's an only child, I think. Because it used to be her and Skylar and Dooley. But now, she gets all the attention to herself. She has recently, though, developed this really bad habit. Like, my mom has baked bread, and she'll leave it cool on the table. And, like, Annabelle, other than, like, she had one time... Actually, I think she did twice. Never mind, her track record's looking bad, guys. But she took steak off the table because we weren't around. Like, she won't do it if we're there, but you cannot. And, like, she was never like that before, so her manners have plummeted. Like, love her dearly, but she can be a bit of a bad dog sometimes. So yeah, she ate some bread off it, like a fresh loaves my mom had made. That was kind of tragic. Because bread is a precious thing. Apparently Annabelle knows that too, because she wanted some. I'm not gonna worry. I'm gonna keep these. Oh, that's not right. I think we need more yellow. I don't want to get too green like they have here in the... Not they, I took in this picture. Like, I don't want to go that green. But I do feel like we need to green this up a little bit more. It's kind of like we're getting brighter green patches. It's a pretty bright scene, actually. And then we kind of get the bamboo coming up in the back, which I'm going to just simplify this. Let's put Nan in front. Then we're getting some darker ones. I think we're just going to draw a bunch of lines of varying thicknesses. It's crazy how much bamboo really is. I mean, I know it's in the grass family, but it really is just like really tall grass. And you start to really break it down. And then we're gonna get more darker, cooler shades. Let's make my brush a lot smaller. We can break this down more as we go, but I think this is a good study because there's technically lots of places where I could get really detailed. And this is gonna force me to just kind of be a bit more selective about where I'm choosing to put my attention and where I'm not. Honestly, we could go that dark eventually, but I don't know if I want to do that. And so this bamboo like zigzags up. Try and paint in these negative spaces a little better. Again, this will take some time and attention. So it's like, yeah, I'm being less detailed, but this, even this takes some thought, you know? All right, so like, I'm just gonna work on the base because the top part of the bamboo actually gets pretty dark as we get into the, like the tops there. Like it gets pretty dark, which I really like, actually, the dark gradation we get going. And it's like a really dark tunnel in here. we go. All right, let's go with that for now. Let me grab this oil thinner brush we used before. I just want to darken up this top segment with just like a gradient of darkness, just because I want to make sure our values are kind of checking, you know what I mean? And then we're almost like getting those shapes. Lots of like negative painting, because later we're gonna go in with our highlight leaves. Annabelle is like really bright in the foreground. Very, very bright. Let me get another layer in here. We're just gonna up the value a little bit there. Not too much. Don't want it pretty dark. I'm just gonna airbrush a little around there. Alright, that's pretty good. And we kind of get these like, these are all dried up. These are like the bamboo leaves that have fallen from the previous years. The bamboo is really cool though, because it's like self-mulching, and so there are like no weeds or anything that grows up inside the bamboo, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's funny, when we started growing the bamboo, it's like, it was never growing. We're like, what the heck is wrong with the plant? Like, and then we realized in the spring we were mowing off the new shoots. Like, we didn't see them because they were so small. And then one year, I guess it took us longer to mow or something in the spring. And then we finally saw them. We're like, oh, we've been cutting them off. So, but now we have a thriving patch of bamboo. It's kind of fun. It's like a mini forest. Okay, so let's kind of tackle Nan's values. Right. Pretty bright, honestly. Not a whole lot of color contrast going on here. Get a little bit lighter in here. And then she's got her fluffy little cheeks. And she's got a little fluffy hair. And it's like, almost like it's light around here. No, it might be good. Is it Control H or Control Y? Control Y, here we go. Here you can see I did make the grass darker, but I think I'm just gonna leave it because it's almost like too distracting in the main one. Like, I wouldn't mind if Annabelle stood out more. So we're just gonna use these browns to kind of replicate what's going on here. So hopefully I can think a bit more in terms of value rather than. So we get this dark patch up around her eye. Again, we don't have to worry too much. We're probably gonna do a lot of changes. The light hits her head here. She kind of looks like a fox on the right with what I've drawn so far. That's cute. I feel like it would have been a little sad to paint just some random dog on the internet, so I'm glad that I found some pictures of Annabelle that I could use. that would be good enough to paint. Then we got her collar. Kind of coming like this. And darker. Her little dog tags. And so we are seeing on the back side, she does have like black coloring on her back, so we're seeing a little bit there as it comes down into her side. And we're gonna go darker value under her belly here. And it looks like, get this little, probably lighter than that. This is why it's good that I did it in black and white, because these subtle value shifts in the fur are really difficult to see if you're too caught up in the colors, you know? I think honestly this probably needs to get a little brighter. But I wouldn't mind lowering saturation a little bit compared to our reference. This leg. Here. We're getting like this kind of angle. Our little foot. She looks awkward in this picture because she didn't want to sit for the photo, but I was like, I need a cute photo of you. So I was like, hold still and look natural. And this is the best Annabelle could do. Bless her soul. I was like, wow, this is good enough. I have like, where is that picture? Oh, I can't really reach it from here, but I have another cute one of her on my, I have like a cork board that hangs next to my desk that I put photos on. They're honestly, if you like squint your eyes and look at the reference guys, like here, they can't see it. It won't matter if I went to that value. Like here, there is like, between the leg and behind her leg here, there's like no difference. So we're gonna make a difference. So let's see if we can do that. This is why when I do like studies, I do like to choose references that have a lot more going on, like in terms of value shifts, like light and dark, but sometimes these ones are better to be as a challenge. But when I try to get the reference picture of the dog I want to paint in oils, I'm going to make sure that I get some pictures that have pretty clear lighting so I can be generous to myself. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's do her shoulder in here, which is this little gray. I think this is cute. We get these little like puffs of hair. She has like, it's almost like a lion's mane, but when she sits, you see it especially, just like the little sprigs of hair that come out by her shoulders. It's really cute. Oh, guys, let me check my phone. I'm getting a message. Wait, is it today? Are the BTS tickets on sale today? I know better than thinking I could get them. But to anyone out there who got them, respect. Because it is not easy. One of these days, I'm gonna go to a concert. But it is not this day. Dun, dun, dun. It's tough though, because like, you know, their tickets are not cheap because the ticket scalpers get to them and then they like up the resale, which is frustrating because it's like the money never makes it to the artist. It's just money the ticket scalpers get. It's so frustrating. I'm like, it didn't go to the employees, it didn't go to the staff, it didn't go to anybody. It just was pocketed by the ticket scalpers. So frustrating. Alright, let's get this back leg done. It's getting like, it's like gray. She's got like brown and then like white on the inside. Just kind of tripping me up. Like here would be highlighted as it comes up. And then there's her back leg. Darken this a little bit more. Dish foot comes a little like this. There we go. I kind of wish we saw her tail. Like her tail be cute. I know I shouldn't just use my imagination and I should stick to studying this properly. But maybe we just imagine a tail in there. Because Annabelle has a really cute tail. It's kind of like short. It's not super long, but it's really fluffy. That's what kind of makes her look like a fox or a coyote. Though I guess coyotes don't have very, at least not the ones we have, don't have very beautiful tails. Not like Annabelle's. I think maybe we shouldn't do this, guys, because will it look unnatural? Because I don't have a. I'm trying to imagine how it would look if it connected in. Oh, that's too dark. It'd probably be something like this. And I'm just gonna darken up under her tummy here, and that for her leg comes in here. We almost get, let's grab a lighter color. It's like fluffy fur. Then here, then it comes in and then up a little to the shoulder. Let's darken this a little. You get into here. Where's my original? Oh, this is the original sketch. All right, let's get rid of that and tackle the side of the face. So her nose is pretty dark, which is nice. That'll give us a nice contrast. Kind of angled down like that. And then her eyes as well. Also, she has like these little markings here that look like little eyebrows, and I think that makes her so cute. Makes her very expressive. She gives you those sad little brown eyes. It's so cute. Let's highlight this a little bit. And she almost looks like she has eyeliner. Yeah, Annabelle's a little... Oh, also, look what we're getting here. We get a little bit of her white fur peeking out behind the head. I don't know if you guys can see that there in the reference. That's a nice little pop of light that I think is going to help set the face forward a little bit more. Let's check the angle of the eyes. Slip on the eyes and we've got here. And then let's grab this. Like a mid-tone. think we need to lighten up. We need to lighten up this a little. I think I may have gone a little too... We are getting more into the details here, so I gotta be careful. So, in the corner of her nose, get really small brush going. We get almost like that shape. And then we get her eyebrows. Right now it's not very accurate, but I think we're getting a good base. Again, I haven't done this in a hot minute, guys. So I'm figuring this out as I go. Looks like she has some black fur that comes up around her eye as well. And then angles are a bit like, I think this other eye actually needs to come up more. It's a bit more of an extreme angle than we had originally. Which is alright, because it's just maneuvering things around. We just get this figured out. A little sparkle the eye in there. We gotta figure out this nose dilemma though, because it looks a little awkward. This is where, have you ever seen those memes where people try to draw like the wolf and then like when it turns like its head in perspective and it just looks really whack. I just want to say I have been there. That is literally me. Every time I try to draw a dog or a horse, like, it's not easy. I think this we probably took out a little too much. So it looks like her nose needs to come up. Measuring from the eye, top of her eye to here, be about there. And her nose kind of shape. I'm just getting like two surface planes. One's the front, one's the top. Oops. I don't know what it's gonna look like once I turn off the black and white though. So we're in for a little surprise. I've been using all browns, I know. But that doesn't mean it's gonna be colored correctly. But we'll just work out her little mouth. I think what's happening here too is according to the tip of her nose, yeah, her ear's sticking up too much here. It should be a bit straighter. Be a bit more like not as dramatic of a line here. And we're probably seeing less of her eye than I think on the other side. And her nose kind of angles like this. Man, this is hard, guys. Oh my lord. This is... Oh man, it looks pretty bad. Alright, but I'm getting too caught up in the details. This is a loose paint study. So I gotta keep that in mind. It'll be interesting to see how I decide how I want to tackle the portrait when I do one. Like, am I just going to go at... How do I want to go at it, you know? I think we gotta take this down a little bit. And first, this side. Right now, she kind of looks like a pig. That's not good. Some mistakes are made on the eye, that's for sure. We definitely need to turn her head, I think, a bit more there. The eye, the angle's about right. But I think it's too big. I remember doing that mistake when I did the other dog portraits I did. And then she's got some shading here on the inside that comes up into her little eyebrows. Oh my gosh. Even though it doesn't look great, it's still cute. Why do I actually... Should I make this a real portrait? Should I do this in oils someday? Of Nan, that'd be so cute. Annabelle deserves to have a portrait. She needs a redemption portrait, because the one I showed you guys before was so terrible. I did Nan dirty with my lack of skills. I want to lighten this, but I don't want to lighten it too much. But she does get a little lighter here. Down towards the nose. Alright, let's lighten up the head a little up here. Maybe not that much. And then it kind of falls. We get a little her eyeshadow. I'm just gonna use like makeup terms because it just makes more sense in my head. I don't even wear makeup, but I'm like always in those rabbit holes of watching how people do them, so I know a lot of the terms. There's a pretty steep angle here, actually. And then we get pretty light there. But then the lightness comes inside on this angle. I think we fixed the head a little bit. Definitely needs some proportion control, but it's not terrible. We're getting there. All right, let's turn off Control Y. Oh, actually, guys, not horrible. Like, the colors aren't fun, but just goes to show you when the values are in place, it doesn't look horrible. Dang. I'm feeling less scared about doing this now, which is great. All right, let's get this like put in a little bit better here. Getting like this. Honestly, I have to say, if there's like one of the perks of being an artist is like whenever you want, there's nothing stopping you from painting a portrait of your dog. And like that single-handedly is honestly a good enough reason. Like, who doesn't want a portrait of their dog? I think we need to lighten up here where the collar comes in. And then also, let's check the nose angle here. I think we're getting... And her bottom. And then we're getting... It's actually lighter down here. Get like lighter here. And then around her collar. Lighter fur. I think I put her, like the placement of her little like lips in the wrong spot. That would be about, I think it'll be more around here. That comes down. Nose, bit like that. And on this back side, we get a lot of darkness before it gets lighter there. And in this corner of her nose. Okay, then what angle is that? That's like, that's a pretty high angle actually. Again, I probably shouldn't be letting myself get into these details. Let's get back to that. What's that brush I was using, guys? This is the oil thinner brush. Let's go back into that one. I feel like we can get a little more subtle with our shading on this one. Then maybe let's get... Let's see, it starts at her eye and then kind of goes like that. That's kind of what we're getting with that little patch of hair back there. I feel like we need to bring this though a little bit more there. Then let me get... We're also getting a fair amount of light up here on the eye before it goes into dark. Not perfect, but I like it. We're also getting pretty... I like the strong highlights we get here on the shoulder. And this here on her little fur. Tuft of fur. Alright, so we get into this leg, then we get some of the darker. I think the key with hair, which is what I always did wrong in the beginning, is I was trying to draw every strand, you know? And that's like the worst thing you can do because you're gonna go crazy. But that's why I think I was drawn to like impressionistic type painting. It's it really helped me learn that like you don't need to make it hyper realistic for it to look real. One of the best things I learned. It really helped my painting because I was just like always going overboard. I'm gonna darken up that inside part more than it has in the reference just because I want to separate the underside of her belly and the side more there. Then get darker, but I think I got it a little too thick there. And then probably don't need to... I don't need to have this out as far. Also, let's make this even darker. Like, the darkest dark should be on Annabelle. And the background, even though we have it, like, really dark in the photo reference, I don't think I'm gonna do it that dark. because I prefer like any main areas of contrast to be on the subject. At least in this shot. This one. The tail we're going to have to work on. Slide this a little. I think we'd probably see some. I'm going to darken that down a little. Let me highlight this. It's part of the leg there. I get more fur out here on the sides. I think I darkened up under here a little bit too much. Come on. I think we need to tack this line to soften it a little bit. Honestly, this is actually turning out to be a better study than I thought. So our collar doesn't fully actually come under there. And so I think I made the nose a little too big. So let's work on getting that right. And also curving in the edges here properly. And this angle. We gotta highlight the nose more, because this top plane is a lot lighter. Do something more like that. It comes down, and then also we're getting a strong highlight here on the bottom part of her nose. Probably not that thick though. Something like that. And then get another highlight. The ridge of her nose. This isn't too bad. I still think I made her eyes too big. She's just more kawaii that way. Guys, it is after 6. We honestly did a lot more on this study than I thought we would. Not next week, tomorrow. We're gonna work out more of the... Yeah, that doesn't look horrible. I definitely need to up the saturation. Probably a bit more like that. See, this is the beauty of digital art. It's so easy to just do that. But we just have to be careful that I didn't. Let's go back. Let's change it into here, and then we'll adjust the saturation, because then we'll see if we're messing with our... Because that will change the values a little, but I think we can get away with changing it to like a plus 50. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's good. That didn't change the values too much. We'll get back to this tomorrow as we work on it more. But we got a lot done. We worked on making the character sheet for the silly ducks, which was great. Tomorrow we'll work on making the 3/4 angle. And then we also finished the album cover for Joe. And then we pretty much finished all the line work on another silly duck, our Groundhog Day duck. And we started the color fills, which is great. And then we got a really head start on this study of Annabelle. And oh yeah, we also put some finishing touches on the previous art study we did. That was pretty good. Guys, I'm really enjoying doing these painting studies. I think it would be interesting to try and do some portraits as well at some point. Now we're gonna stick with like landscapes and animals, but portraits would be. I'm seeing that in the future. Maybe we start digitally before I start doing it with charcoals. But I don't know. But I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you everybody for watching. And I will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be going until 6, same as today. Anyway, see you guys on Friday.